Your Worship, councillors, committee members, no mai haramai, welcome. We are resuming our Strategy, Policy and Finance Committee hearings meeting, and this, of course, is the submissions that we are hearing on the proposal for the revocation and disposal of identified reserves for housing. So we have done a number of days, and this is our final day of hearing submitters. We are live streaming, so to those who are watching from afar, no mai haramai, welcome to our meeting this morning. We do have members of the public with us. Good morning, nice to have you here this morning. Hope you've had a nice restful weekend. Actually, I hope everybody's had a nice restful weekend. Nice to see the sun this morning. And so yes, I do have Councillor Tapsell. She is zooming in. Morena Councillor Tapsell. Thank you for zooming in. And we do have staff present as well. So we've got a full program. I think it's a full program. We may have to juggle, as you know, the schedule around a wee bit for some people. If they come in and we can slot them in earlier, we like to do that. And some people, unfortunately, do get in touch to say they're unable to make it, had wanted to, but unable to make it. So, Morena Craig. But anyway, we won't waste time. We'll move straight. Oh, yes, Your Worship.
I'll just seek leave to leave the meeting at 11:15 to open an innovation hub, and then I'll return.
Thank you very much. And I think we would like to certainly conclude this today by at least 2 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. So thank you. We'll move into our first submitter to be heard this morning, and that's Kelly Moe. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes, thank you. Good morning, Kelly. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Kelly. You do have 5 minutes, and if you could just press the button on the microphone and bring the microphone in to you, so we, particularly those who are watching from afar can hear clearly. Thank you and good morning.
Atawari e koutou. Ko Kelly Moe tuku ingoa. Ko Kelly Moe tuku ingoa. I am opposed to the revocation and disposal of the people of Rotorua's reserves. Firstly, I have been touched by the previous written and verbal submissions. The residents have been and are passionate about our green spaces, and it's heartening to hear that there are so many like-minded, caring people out there in Rotorua. This is very uplifting for us residents of Rotorua. I hope all the councillors that will be voting on this proposal have read all 639 written submissions and listened to all of the hearings, as this is so important. I'm very concerned that some of you have already made up your minds. I hope not. I took 6 weekends to write my submission against this proposal, all the while looking at Gallagher Street Reserve and trying to understand how this happened so quickly to us. Gone is the peace and harmony I had in my life. I look at the reserve often. I used to feel happy. Now I feel anxiety. What does my future look like? Will we move to another city and start again? We've been upgrading our property for years, building sheds, planting native trees, etc. It shouldn't be like this. The reserves should be there forever. Please do not take them from us. As Graham Hall pointed out, this council and me represent the people of Rotorua, people like me and the thousands of other Rotorua residents who really care for Rotorua and just want to maintain the status quo. These reserves are for the tangata whenua. I read many of the submissions and listened to the hearings for the proposal and against the proposal. And what I observed was that many people were against it and all had very relevant reasons behind them. Most people rightly talked about the well-being of Rotorua residents and how this proposal could adversely affect them and their tamariki. I'm just going to talk a little bit about the reserve by us, the Gallagher Street Reserve. You've heard through written submissions and some of the hearings how loved and valued this reserve is. Just yesterday, the kids in the street were enjoying the reserve, laughing at the lambs, patting the horses, riding their scooters around the cul-de-sac. A number of walkers, some with babies, some with dogs, families, and some drove down to enjoy the reserve, admire the lambs, feed and pat the horses. It is such a peaceful spot and so safe for our tamariki. There are also a lot of young families in Gallagher Street, and the parents know their kids are safe. Just referring to your Open Space Level Service Policy 2021, April 29th, Council will only consider disposal of open space land when it is clearly established that the land is surplus, and disposal would result in a clear benefit to the wider open space network and in open spaces needs of Rotorua residents. Building houses on this or any reserve certainly will not benefit the people or our tamariki who love their reserves. You know, our reserve and many of the other reserves don't fit any of the criteria given to this proposal to revocate and dispose of reserves. The flora and fauna in our neighbourhood will be destroyed if this reserve is built on. Currently, we have many native birds and trees around us. Some of these are endangered. It makes no sense at all to sell our green spaces. I understand and support the need for more housing. There is, however, plenty of good land in the Rotorua available right now for housing. That land should be used, not our green spaces. You've heard it over and over again from the people of Rotorua. Once these green spaces are gone, they are gone, you know what, forever. Selling reserves is not a decision for this council. There has not been enough time to consider more sustainable and innovative ideas for our housing problem. The incoming council and new mayor will no doubt find better solutions for housing. There are other options, as we have heard from other submitters. I was disappointed to be told via email from DOC that they had been told these reserves had unsavoury and are surplus to requirements. I feel this was anecdotal and this information shouldn't have been passed on to DOC. I believe this could influence any decisions they have or will make. I also believe DOC should be involved and the council should revocate reserves through the usual process of the Reserves Act, like you are doing for Pururu Reserve. DOC also stated that if the reserve revocation goes through the Reserves Act, council will have to put forward a case that these reserves are surplus to requirements. That is, not being used for the purpose they have been set aside. I haven't heard a single submission saying that they are not used. This council should shortcut the usual revocation process, and which could also have lasting negative impacts on Rotorua's environment and ability to work towards addressing climate change and its issues for us in the future. There's history in these reserves. Listen to the people of Rotorua. We love these reserves. They are so good for our well-being. Where will the reserve users and tamariki go? The whānau of these kids who play on the reserve don't want their kids wandering up the street and around a few corners to a reserve they can't see, can't monitor their children's safety. I think you must realise by now that these reserves are not surplus, not underperforming, so let's stop this process now. I wake up in the middle of the night worrying about my future. Will I retire on our whānau land here in Rotorua, or will we want to leave our beautiful city because of lack of foresight? If you hadn't read all my submission, please do, as I've also included some ideas to improve these loved green spaces, which would also address our climate change crisis. Please think about what the majority of people want and find a better solution. There are better solutions. Kia ora, kia pai te rā.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you. Ken and Heather Purser, please. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Purser.
Good morning. I've put in a written submission, which I won't. It's all been covered by a couple of people, but better.
That's better, thank you.
But a new thing now concerns me. Good, thank you. The thing that does concern me now is I've since learned that the Lee Road Reserve, the Lee brothers gave that to the Rotorua County Council, and I think it's quite rude of a council to sell something to developers that a family has gifted to the local authority. So, yeah, I wish you'd dwell on that, because it's setting a dangerous precedent that people in the future will become reluctant to gift things to the council if they know down the track it's going to get flogged off to developers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. I haven't got Mr Kennedy, are you okay to? Thank you. Thank you. You do have 5 minutes, Mr Kennedy, thank you. And yes, take a seat there. And if you just turn on the microphone, the switch there, and pull the microphone in towards you so everybody at home can also hear. Thank you.
Morning, folks. Thanks for having me along. My name's Dave Kennedy. I'm a lifelong Rotorua resident. I think as a resident, it's quite hard for us to come here and speak. There's a lot that's missing from our side. There's a lot of information that's missing. We've been kept fairly in the dark about this situation, so it's actually quite hard to come and speak with any kind of authority. We're taking a lot of stabs in the dark here. It's a pretty widespread belief amongst the public that we have been kept out of this process. It's been driven along and we've been intentionally kept in the dark. So my position in the community is I provide housing myself. I've relocated a number of properties into Rotorua that are now currently rented by families. Whenever I shift a property into the city, I go through a large amount of paperwork in this council. Building consent, resource consent. Part of that process is looking at how appropriate the building, the situation that I'm creating is for the place it's going. I have to submit a statement about how I'm going to mitigate the effects of that building. Does it fit the environment? Is it fit for purpose? Has the same scrutiny been given to this process? Is it fit for purpose? Is it fit to put state housing, Kaingora housing, into existing communities that don't currently represent the demographic that is reflected by this housing? How well have you looked at what Kaingora housing looks like in Rotorua? We've got a 50-year-old model of what state housing looks like in Rotorua. It's called the Ford Block. Ford Block was developed as state housing 50 years ago. What does it look like today? I've got houses up there. I've spent 15 years working up there. What it looks like: gangs, crime, domestic violence, police cars arriving daily. This is state housing in Rotorua. This is what it looks like, and you're proposing to inject that into every avenue of the Rotorua community. These are areas that do not currently have this type of society living in them. Is this appropriate? Does anybody know what Kaingaora's policy on gangs is? Gangs are a hot topic at the moment. Does anybody know what that policy is? Somewhere with me. Sorry, I don't have it. I was given a statement from Kaingaora under the Official Information Act. Their policy on gangs state that they don't have a policy on gangs. However, they do try to accommodate gang affiliations. So they're attempting to accommodate gangs into their housing. We as taxpayers paying for criminal gangs, times when gang shootings, gang murders, gang violence is a big issue in New Zealand. We as taxpayers will pay for this. We as residents will pay for this with the loss of value in our properties, with the loss of our security, with the loss of the harmony in our lives. The Kaingaora level for methamphetamine contamination that is acceptable in their housing is 10 times that what the Tenancy Tribunal will tolerate. The Kaingaora resident can smoke 10 times as much methamphetamine before they trigger an intervention as any other New Zealand tenant. Is this fit and proper? How well does that fit into our communities? A lot of these reserves are a long way from the police station. When the effects of this type of behaviour is experienced in the community, anyone behind these decisions will have the blood of these consequences on their hands.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Your time is up. Thank you for coming in. Okay. David McPherson, please. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, Your Worship and committee members. Pardon me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning on your proposal to sell some of our reserves for housing. You'll have seen from my written submission that there were 5 points that I briefly covered, and I'll try and emphasise some of these. I would have liked to commend the Council for taking a proactive approach toward the community reserves in our city. It's sound management to regularly review whether they meet their individual purposes or not. But unfortunately, there are some serious concerns over the approach that's been taken, which appears confused and wrong. The heading is, quote, "Proposed use of council reserves for housing," unquote, which means you're effectively saying that we need more houses, so let's use our city reserves to enable this. Public reserves and housing are separate issues which should be dealt with separately and without making assumptions over what is the next step. The major issue this raises is the Council's reserves policy. It's not acceptable to say that the 10 sites identified do, quote, "do not meet the objectives of Council's open space level of service policy and could be used for housing of various types," unquote. The reserves must be considered individually under their separate management plans rather than assessed under a policy document that's of a general nature. Then after this step, you can start to determine whether each one should be upgraded or maintained or have its designation changed or its status revoked. It's the Council's reserves policy that should provide the framework for these discussions and not its housing policy. The next step is to review your general reserves policies. For example, you seem to be implying that we have too many reserves, so you may need to review the reserved contribution rate and possibly reset it at 0. Only then should the Council look at subsequent options for the land, including whether or not it should remain in council ownership or sold on the open market. You've said that if the proposal progresses further, there would then be formal consultation on which method would be used for revoking reserve status. So I was shocked last week to read in the Daily Post last Tuesday that council staff are already drafting a local bill in complete contradiction of this statement. And I think that public clarification of this is essential because it gives the impression that the council has provided false advice. I submit that if any reserves are to have their status revoked, this should be done under the Reserves Act. The use of a local bill implies predetermination of their subsequent use, and that then diminishes proper consideration of the intrinsic reserve values. A further concern is the assumption that Kāinga Ora should be allowed to cherry-pick sites ahead of other interested parties, and I strongly object to this. There's no reason to believe that they are better placed than private developers to meet the Council's housing objectives, nor to have first choice of sites. You've identified 5 different types of housing solutions, so the Council is already in a good position to set conditions of sale for all interested parties, along with stipulated times in which the development must be undertaken to meet your objectives. And this would result in a far better outcome for our city than having a government department trying to do it for us. So in summary, I would have liked to commend the Council for being proactive in managing our community reserves, but the process adopted is seriously flawed. Firstly, the process confuses reserves management with housing needs. The two are separate issues and must be considered separately rather than conflated. Secondly, the starting point should be a comprehensive review of the Council's reserves policy. Thirdly, any status revocation should be undertaken through the Reserves Act. Promoting a local bill would merely confirm that you've confused your objectives. And finally, there is no basis for giving Kāinga Ora preference over private developers in the event of a future sale. The Council should be setting the requirements and opening them equally to all interested parties. I apologise for my voice, Madam Chairman, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you on these important issues, and I'll try to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, thank you, David. You've used up your time. Thank you for the points that you've highlighted this morning. Thank you very much. Lisa Voss, and I understand that Alison Semester is speaking on behalf of Lisa. And I wonder, Alison, if you'd like to also speak at the same time for Murray Deventier, is that correct?
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you very much. I see that you're down twice, so if that would work well for us, if it suits you. Thank you.
This submission is from Lisa Voss. Lisa lives in Holdens Bay. I oppose the sale of Lee Road Reserve. It is important that Lee Road Reserve is retained for future generations. We live on Cooper Ave in Holdens Bay. We are deeply concerned about the sale of Lee Road Reserve to Kāinga Ora. The Rotorua community is suffering due to drug use, violent behaviour, vandalism and other antisocial behaviours. These are seen on a daily basis in proximity to the motels providing emergency housing. The Council has been forced to invest in security patrols, cameras, etc. as a result. Hannah's and Holdens Bay residents don't want these social problems brought to our small community. Safety. There is a high gang presence already in our area. We have been burgled 5 times and have had to install expensive fences, cameras, alarms and pay a monitoring company. I will not stay in the house on my own. Our fence has been smashed twice. In summer, adult members of the mongrel mob hold meetings at the large Hannah's Bay Reserve. Tourism. Keswick Christian Camp and the All Seasons Holiday Park are very concerned about how this development will affect accommodation and tourism. Keswick is a quiet religious camp, non-alcohol and based around family and education groups. The proposed Kaingaora site borders both of these camps. The Cedar Lodge, Holdens Bay Motor Camp and Waiora are also accommodation providers located in Holdens Bay, so it is an area that attracts many tourists, domestic and international. This may not continue if there is a rise in crime rates and antisocial behaviour. Crime appears to be out of control in Rotorua. One only has to look at the recent burglaries in the Hannas and Holdens Bay area, and the sale of Lee Road Reserve may add to the current situation. We say this because it has been replicated in other areas of Rotorua. Infrastructure and amenities. I don't believe we have the infrastructure. The nearest supermarket is Fresh Choice. It is small and expensive and a very long walk from Hannas or Holdens Bay. The nearest ATM machine is even further away. We just want to feel safe, and this proposed sale brings into question the concerns outlined above. From Lisa Voss, Holdens Bay.
Thank you. And Murray Devantier, is that correct?
Yep.
Thank you.
From Murray Devantier, and he lives in Hannas Bay. We understand the council is trying to provide more housing in Rotorua, but we are totally opposed to the sale of Lee Road Reserve for the following reasons. 1, once the land is sold, it is lost to future generations, and as the city grows, open spaces become more and more necessary. There are other areas around here, but often in the weekend they are already packed with people. We believe it will adversely change the nature of the Hannas Bay community if you add 43 Kaingaora houses to a community of around 80 houses. It is far more sensible to scatter these around the city rather than concentrate them in a cluster like this. In small groups, the newcomers would be assimilated. A disproportionately large group of KO houses may alter our friendly little community. The reserve is right beside a holiday camp where children have lessons, and many visitors to Rotorua come to stay and relax, and they are going to lose their privacy and sense of security. Also, it is likely there will be increased noise levels and security issues. The reserve also borders a Christian camp where school children and other groups gather, and they will experience similar problems and not be seen as the same safe and quiet area that it has been in the past. I believe this development would cause groups to choose other places to go. Flooding is likely. Just yesterday, Sunday, our lawns were flooded and wouldn't drain as the stream the water usually drains into is right up to the bottom of the little bridge by the lake. The land in front of the houses in Willow and Cooper Ave often flood, and the picture below shows how the drain in front of our house floods. We believe there will be increased crime in the area. At the moment, our road has had 2 cars dumped by the side of the road. One has been there since January and has a Lakes Council sticker on the front. Both cars have broken windows. One of these was parked in a recently tenanted house nearby that displays a different flag and a notice on the gate forbidding entry to any government or other official. We are around 20 minutes from town, and we do not believe an already stretched police force will be able to get here in time if called. We expect the houses will encourage a greater gang presence in the area. Just last weekend, a group of patched people were down at the Hannas Bay Reserve, producing clouds of smoke as they revved up some engine on the back of a trailer. Understandably, we were nervous to walk down that way. The sale of Lee Road Reserve would mean the loss of an alternative recreation area where Hannas Bay people have been in the habit of walking, running and exercising. Loss of an area for children to play. Locals tell us that at different times there have been goalposts on the reserve and they became hubs for the youth to play. It is thought council removed the goalposts. Our reserve has potential uses which will disappear if sold. increased congestion at the Lee Road-Tainai Road intersection and at the Robinson Avenue-Tainai intersection. The volume would likely increase by 1/3. In short, we believe this issue comes down to councillors honestly answering 2 questions. The first is, would we like this, the addition of 43 Kāinga Ora houses, to occur in our street or neighbourhood? And the second is, will this make Hannah's Bay a better place to live? We believe that the answer to both questions is no, and we would urge the council to seek to provide extra housing by possibly scattering them throughout the city rather than having large clusters concentrated in one area. Murray and Marcia Devantier.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alison. Thank you. Mike Lancaster, I understand Andrew Marshall will be speaking on Mr. Lancaster's behalf. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Morning, Andrew.
Yeah, good morning. This submission comes from Michael Lancaster of Holden's Bay. In the interest of saving time, I will refer to Kāinga Ora as simply KO. No disrespect intended. I do not support the proposal to sell reserves, especially Lee Road Reserve, due to its size and location. The Council's letter of May 27 mentions KO only in passing towards the end of the letter on the reverse side, and was given so little prominence that some readers missed it altogether. However, Lee Road Reserve and other reserves are of full or partial interest to KO. When it has come to my attention that KO is aware of existing land available now and suitable for use, why is KO not proceeding already on this vacant land? No other prospective purchases appear to have been considered when deciding to sell 6 reserves to KO, and the process towards a sale to KO seems rushed and lacking in transparency. Some people are asking how many council members live close to the 6 reserves selected for KO housing. It's unclear how notified residents were selected, as notifications appear to have been limited and don't seem to have covered enough of the affected properties in the district. I understand that at the council meeting on May 12, distances of 400 and 500 metres were mentioned as points limiting inclusion. Which was it, 400 or 500? Who are we housing? In light of all the negative publicity surrounding Rotorua becoming a regional hub for homeless, council should be embarrassed that it has allowed a problem by not enforcing the law and allowed moteliers to profit at the expense of communities and local business. Rotorua is well known as a global destination, but now suffers reputational damage. We have created an antisocial environment with gang and drug problems that you now propose dispersing into other parts of Rotorua. What a monumentally silly idea. The problem of people in motels that has accumulated for over 24 months now faces rushed treatment. At least in the city, police and support services are nearby. I support assisting the pre-COVID Rotorua homeless, which based on reports were under 100. We now appear to need to find housing for hundreds, if not low thousands. This is neither fair nor acceptable. The existence of a prominent antisocial group or groups puts at risk the recovery of our local and international tourism market, meaning less available work and the prospect that valuable people will decide to leave the town. I urge you to take the plan to sell to KO off the table. await a new council to be elected, which can properly review this entire issue. The Lee Road proposition just moves part of the existing problem in the city to the outskirts where amenities are lacking. The holiday parks would be directly threatened based on the history of behaviour in and around Fenton Street. Tourism is a golden goose which must be nurtured for the sake of the thermal region, in fact, the entire volcanic plateau. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Andrew, I wonder, would you like to, I understand that you're speaking for Deidre McFarland.
Yeah.
You're welcome to bring that one forward if you're able to. Otherwise, that was scheduled in for later this afternoon, but if you're of a mind, we can hear that now.
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
Let's do it.
So, councillors, this is the committee members. This is submitter 114, Deidre McFarland.
Right, yes, Deidre McFarland of Tarawera. And again, I'll abbreviate things to KO. I speak as a person whose family has owned a property in Rotorua for 65 years, and I have been appalled at the secrecy surrounding the Rotorua Lakes Council's reserves proposal, which I strongly oppose. It appears council planning on this matter had been going on for many months. The chief executive has been reported as saying at a council meeting, pace versus local conversation was required. It seems there may have been an intention to rush the mechanism needed for the sale of the reserves through without properly consulting the residents of Rotorua. The council's lack of consideration for people who are involved in the purchase of a property adjacent to one of the reserves is shocking. People should be able to rely on the council's own long-term plan when undertaking the purchase of a property. It may be that council can expect legal action from those people who purchased property during the time the council was undertaking discussions and negotiations with KO. Before I move to what the loss of reserves means for the city, I would like to comment on the way the motion to advance the reserves proposal was voted upon and what options existed. I believe the vote to proceed was a split vote. The motion only succeeded with the casting vote of the Mayor. Council had clearly expected the reserves proposal to be a contentious issue, and the split vote demonstrated that. The Mayor and Deputy Mayor will no longer be in Council after the October elections. The decision around using reserves for housing is one that I believe should be left for the new Council to make once candidates have campaigned for election or re-election, thus giving the voting public a chance to see where candidates stand on this issue, among others. No one denies more housing is needed in Rotorua. Indeed, more housing is needed throughout other parts of New Zealand too. Taking away reserves from suburbs, which are going to see infill housing on our traditional quarter-acre sections, seems short-sighted. These reserves will be needed more than ever. I understand it is the Council's plan to sell part or all of 6 reserves to the government for KO housing. It is reasonably well known and has been mentioned by others in this forum that owners of land in Ōwhata have been in discussions with KO over building on undeveloped land for housing. In at least one case, detailed plans were apparently drawn up before KO abruptly ceased negotiations. This land in Ōwhata has sat largely unused for decades. However, KO has apparently decided, for whatever reason, not to develop unused land despite a willing seller, and instead will try to wrest our reserves from us. It hasn't gone unnoticed that those living adjacent the placid parks and reserves of Linmore have not been asked to assist in alleviating the housing shortage. I'm saddened by the change in the fabric of the city which the current council has allowed to occur by facilitating the use of motels in central Rotorua for transitional or emergency housing on the scale we now have. Dispersing the people from the crowded motels to other locations is not going to solve the social problems. There are broader obstacles here. Many of these folk have addiction problems and/or mental health problems, and these issues must be addressed. We hear that many of those being provided with motel accommodation are not genuinely from here. Rotorua residents shouldn't be expected to forfeit their reserves to house non-Rotorua residents. The rest of New Zealand has to step up and play a part, and these new arrivals in Rotorua should be relocated back to where they originally came from, back to their families and places where they have connections. The residents and ratepayers of Rotorua deserve better. They should be able to rely on their council to act in the best interests of all its people, and now and for future generations. It is becoming apparent that the council may face legal challenges as it relates to Section 24, Clause 3 of the Reserves Act, if they continue with their plan to sell our reserves to the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Lisa McFarland, and I understand that Don Patterson. Don, you're speaking on behalf of Lisa. Thank you and good morning.
Your Worship, Madam Chair, councillors and staff, kia ora. I was contacted late last night by Lisa McFarland, a lady that I don't even know. She was upset that her household had just tested positive for COVID-19, and she was pretty worried that she wouldn't be able to speak in support of her submission. She asked if I'd present on her behalf, which shows that even though she was suffering pretty badly the terrible effects of this virus, she felt strongly enough about this issue to find someone who would represent her today. So she writes, as a resident and property owner residing in Heaphy Place, I'd like to object to the proposed sale of the land described as 16 Kamahi Place and Linton Park West. The actual area concerned is misleading unless you actually look at the map and see it's the land between Heaphy Place and Remervale Street. The issues of graffiti, dumping of rubbish and antisocial behaviour that the council are using as excuses to sell do not in any way pertain to the area of reserve that the council wants to sell. The land being proposed is a well-utilised, safe area that many people use to walk their dogs daily, as well as walkers who frequently pass through. People drive to the car park regularly to walk their dogs and are often seen socialising and interacted with like-minded people. We often see retired people using this area who stop and chat with us and others, which could be one of the few times that they actually get to interact with other people. Many residents in our street and nearby residents purchased homes because there is a reserve behind us. Our neighbours paid top money for their property without any knowledge of this land sale. Many of us whose properties back onto the reserve have put gates in so we can go straight out onto the reserve. This happened lots during lockdown. Our only alternative, should you take away our reserve, is the walkway opposite the Heaphy Place entry, which is often flooded and has trees down blocking pathways and has sewage issues. We moved to our home 11 years ago, and as the grass back then wasn't mowed that regularly, we've been hand mowing a walkway from the Heaphy Place entrance across to the Remervale side. We've done this at our own expense for over 10 years, but it's worth it, and many people appreciate it when it's wet. The land is one of the few areas of Linton Park that does not flood in heavy rain, which is happening a lot and more often. So if houses are to be built in this space, what happens to the water when we have more of these heavy rains? How will it affect our properties which are below this area? Hopefully the council will listen to the many ratepayers and not sell our reserves. Yours sincerely, Lisa McFarland.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We're just waiting on submitters, councillors. Otawa, did we have an apology from Mr. We did. Oh, sorry, I didn't note that down, so I'll note it. Thank you.
as I think it is short-sighted and a decision that will affect generations to come. The Coulter Road Reserve is a great asset to the surrounding area and should be left as a safe green space for the local community to enjoy at their leisure. The reserve was a huge selling point for my partner and I to buy our first home on the street. We envisioned that if we are one day lucky enough to have children, then it will be a safe space where we can take them to play and share in our love of the outdoors. I note the council has stated that the reserve is underutilised. I personally disagree with that, as myself and my partner frequent the reserve multiple times a week. It is an area where we exercise, and I know for a fact that our 2 dogs also love running around that reserve. The council is of the opinion that the reserve does not meet its objectives, but I have seen no effort or funding from the council to make it more appealing to other members of the public. I think that the council's effort should be redirected into making the reserve more accessible and enticing for members of the local community to enjoy together. I am under the impression that the land was gifted to local council at some stage in the past. I'm sure the intention at the time was not so that it could be sold off without a second thought to accommodate high-density housing. It would have been set aside with the intention of Rotorua locals using it for generations to come. I would urge the council to please consider other options. I would like the opportunity to be able to continue enjoying this reserve as a safe and untouched green space for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was... Neil and Debbie Barnes. Neil, listen, thank you. Good morning, Neil. You do have 5 minutes, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Neil Barnes, been a ratepayer in Rotorua, Pokahangi for the last 30 years.
You're welcome to sit, thank you, Mr. Barnes.
I'd sooner stand.
Thank you. I'd prefer you to sit, please.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you very much.
London Park has been our park for the past 30 years. We're very opposed to the proposed sale or part sale of any of our parks and reserves. In this era of climate change, surely we should be increasing our green spaces, not reducing them. Filling them up with infill housing creates more congestion, more infrastructure problems and creates more vandalism and antisocial behaviour in these areas. As far as the council citing illegal dumping, vandalism and antisocial behaviour and graffiti as a reason for the sale of Linton Park, it is not a problem because the Linton Park area that is proposed has no vehicle access, so there's no dumping. This area of Linton Park has been used all year round by numerous people for a variety of activities, some driving a distance just to utilise this space for a safe area for dog walking. We've witnessed people using it for racquetball games, dog walking, fitness and putting greens, a cricket pitch, flying kites and other kids' activities. We personally use it for dog walking, our own fitness and granddaughter adventures, with access to Mitchell Downs area. It is also one of the reasons we bought our house in this area. When driving around, there seems to be a lot of unused land around in residential areas that could be used for much needed housing rather than disseminating our designated parks and reserves. For example, Brooklyn Road, the old Plunket Room site, the area behind the substation on Malfoy Road, a huge volume of land. It is a huge area, just to name a couple. There's no denying our city, like many others, need more housing. Rental housing, to be more specific, as many of the people will not be able to afford their own homes and indeed do not want the commitment of owning. But if the council continue to import homeless from other cities, this number will never decrease. Bus drivers talk, people talk, and we're all aware it's happening. Sadly, Rotorua is now known as the dumping ground of the bay. No longer a safe tourist destination, with a percentage of homeless in fact unhomeable, with landlords unwilling to rent to undesirable tenants, and quite rightly so. Selling any part of our parks and reserves to MSD will most certainly increase the antisocial behaviour and crimes in these areas, as they do not seem to have much thought for the placement of people in these areas. Of this, we have had first-hand experience. There is also no guarantee that these new houses will be for our local Rotorua families. As stated in media, they could go to anyone around the country, in which case the homeless numbers in Rotorua will continue to grow. If the development on Malfoy Road, the corner of Malfoy and Renoff Street, is any indication of the intense housing proposed, you will be creating future slums, as these houses have the bare minimum of land around them, no room for children, and mainly vulnerable families living there, and not much better than the motels that they are in at the moment. Meanwhile, rate-paying people like ourselves will be and are considering selling up and leaving town as a result of this. Our parks are not for sale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I see where Mr. Rangirata, you're down for a bit later. Would you care to speak to your submission now? Oh, goodbye. Thank you. Well, thank you. So we're just going to... we don't have anybody for another hour, councillors, so I'm going to. So we will take a good long break, unless Mr. Rotor, you've found your file yet. Otherwise, it'll probably be an hour before we recommence. I'll just wait a moment, councillors, while Jude from Titaro is probably likely to be here She's busy this morning, couldn't get to the earlier one, so hopefully to get here about 12:30. Somebody could... Well, look, councillors, we'll take a break now, and it'll be a good break for you till 11:40. Thank you.
I'll be back.
Good morning, Paddy. Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Yes, thank you. If you just press the button, then it should be able, you'll see the green light. And
yep, that's
yes,
all good.
That's good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. I'm one of the huge number of locals who vehemently oppose the selling of all or part of 10 Rotorua reserves, 6 directly to Kaingaroa. I'm also one of those who is extremely disappointed and disgusted in council and councillors for the secretive manner in which this proposal came to be. There's been comment from within of public's misinformation. What misinformation? It's the no information that should be the issue. Nothing was said until it was leaked. The Mayor knew the proposal would likely generate a high level of controversy in the community. Presumably that was the reason for the secrecy, and one could also be forgiven for presuming that information was withheld because it was hoped to approve the proposal at pace and without public consultation. It also suggests predetermined approval to sell to pre-selected buyers, primarily Kaingaroa. It's equally concerning that discussions on the proposal at the meeting on the 27th of May were held in confidential so that, in the Mayor's words, we can instruct the Chief Executive in our view, our political view. Who did our refer to? Personal and government politics should not be part of the equation. The Mayor's suggestion is abhorrent, that so much time and money had been spent already and that the bill to bypass the Reserves Act had already been drafted is despicable at best. Now, I hope you've read my submission in which I discuss Council's 4 community wellbeings. The proposal to sell off reserves makes a mockery of these guiding principles. Concentrations of social housing do not make for safe neighbourhoods. Not all living in social houses are bad people, but it's equally undeniable that many are, and given Kaingaroa's lapse eviction policies, you must surely appreciate the considerable anxiety of those residents adjacent to the reserves. Rotorua's place in New Zealand was our tourist destination, and it could still be that the undeniable challenges that come with extensive social housing estates will likely kill tourism's significant contribution to Rotorua's economic well-being. Economic well-being should be focused on tourism. After all, private enterprise and council have invested heavily in this. Wasn't the $41 million spent on the lakefront to create a world-class tourism attraction? Was describing the reserves as underutilised for convenience. Many previous submitters tell that they are indeed used, and if council invested a bit of time and minimal outlay, they could be much more utilised. So think trees, community gardens, the obvious fact that green spaces are natural sponges, which, when you think climate change and carbon dioxide, it's plants that absorb water and CO2, not houses and concrete. I have to question why council is so keen to sell public reserves when it has unused land, including a 6-hectare site accessing Titoki Street, and Kaingaroa was offered land off Maple Grove in Owhata. Why did they decline this land when it was offered by the owner, saying that they already had secured other land in Owhata? Is that reference to a pre-agreed sale of the reserve, I wonder? Yes, Rotorua needs housing. Regardless of pressure from central government, this should just be for its own, not the many who have recently turned up needing social, temporary or emergency housing. That living in Rotorua for a month can equate to being local is an insult to the genuine locals who've lived, worked, paid taxes and paid rates here for years. What Rotorua needs is to attract more skilled people, people with money, people who will contribute and grow businesses and create new jobs. The Local Government Act includes references to the words impartial, public interest, responsible and open and sincere, expanding on the latter to include being proactive and giving out information about council decisions and activities, that you must act in the interest of the total district. I'd like to remind you of that and of the oath you took on taking office. You declared that you would faithfully and impartially, and according to the best of my skill and judgment, execute and perform in the best interests of Rotorua. Your decision should reflect impartiality and what's best for Rotorua, not the government nor your personal ideals. The decision should be deferred for the incoming council, not made at pace. To have got this far on a casting vote is, in my opinion, unethical. To be approved on a casting vote would be unethical in the extreme. The new team should not be encumbered with the obvious fallout and ramifications of this. Now, I'd like to finish with a quote from Kofi Annan, former UN Secretary-General. "History is a sombre judge. Your decision on this proposal will be your legacy and history will judge you. Choose what's best for the Rotorua district and vote against the proposal, or vote for it and be remembered and condemned for endorsing Rotorua as the go-to social and temporary housing capital of New Zealand. Your choice." Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, Mr. Sefton. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Sefton. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can. Thank you. Can you? Am I?
Yes.
Am I okay?
Thank you. You're coming through loud and clear. Thank you, Mr. Sefton. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
To the allocated short time dictated by Council, I've had to substantially abbreviate my original written submission. I strongly oppose the Council's intention for the revocation and proposed sale of all community-owned reserves or park reserves for the purpose of social housing. And my reasons for my opposition are: firstly, these reserves belong to the people of Rotorua. Council's role should only be as custodian of these reserves, nothing more. There is sufficient evidence that intensified and concentrated social housing will create unavoidable and insurmountable, far-reaching social problems for Rotorua. There is plenty of history, from quoting NZ History, Gov, and Housing New Zealand themselves, describing why some social housing concentrations become ghettos and mass deprivation, and from which we should have learned. Housing concentration will realise permanent community transformation, particularly for communities, small communities like Hannah's Bay. The size of the Lee Road Reserve proposal will create a disproportionate imbalance of 34% social housing, and with it will bring the likely breakdown of this community's social norms. Also, and needless to say, affected properties will see their values adversely impacted. There is clearly a level of incompetence regarding project assessment. In the case of the Lee Road proposal, who in their right mind would allow this development to occur next to a camping ground and Christian youth camp? Both the council and Kāinga Ora are responsible for this very sad diligence failure. Where are the site-specific impact reports? Have they been done? If so, where are they? Each site and community is unique. You have failed to protect brand Rotorua. Is this council aware of the negative limelight the media are portraying Rotorua as? Have you heard trouble and struggle town bandied about? I have. A short-sighted, naive attitude also persists by those advocates of social housing. I have heard the phrases, "we will rise again," and when we return to the forefront of tourism, and in the same breath supporting a mass concentrated social housing initiative. It is difficult to understand how anyone sees a positive economic link between the provision of intense social housing and long-term prosperity. Once the government carrot has been pocketed, this will be a classic case of short-term gain for long-term pain. More likely, we will see business fold or pull out, Such as could be the case of the Lee Road development and its neighbouring camping businesses. And certainly no surprise if outside private investment is difficult to attract. We need accountability. For those who support this matter is of major importance, and what if you are wrong? Ingratiating yourself to an incompetent central government and responding to their probably erroneous projections, and your conduct so far throughout has been less than open and trustworthy. Neither inspires confidence in this council's judgment. And please don't forget, you are on our payroll and here to serve the ratepayer and residents, and we expect your accountability for any decisions you make. Any decision around the revocation and sale of important community-owned assets is of notable significance and contention. As there is an upcoming election, just this should invoke the necessity for a local referendum relevant question to be included in the election. Also, with the proximity of the election, any decision must be pushed out beyond to our ratepayers and residents their democratic right to take part in public affairs on what should be a central election issue. We should expect our current councillors and officials to have the democratic probity to back this. If it comes down to it, I am hoping the upcoming election outcome will see our reserves kept safely untouched for all citizens. Any questions, please?
Thank you very much. That's your time up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sefton. Mr. Rota, Rangi, thank you. Is the microphone on there, Rangi? It should be green.
It's red, yes.
Oh, no, Carl, on green. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Greetings, one and all, and a special greetings to those of you who are sitting behind me. It is due to the promises that you made to the ratepayers of Rotorua that you were elected to sit here in front of me and not on the benches behind. Your allegiance, first and foremost, is to the ratepayers of Rotorua and not to the government of this country that resides elsewhere and are using you to fix the problems that they created. Your decisions and direction should be based on the growth and prosperity of the region and not about money grabbing. That is why we elected you. Enough is enough. Don't put this homeless issue on our shoulders. My name is Rangirata. I'm a resident in the vicinity of the reserve located as Linton West. I moved here 8 years ago because I liked what I saw. I'm seeing differently somewhat now. My views are my views and not the views of others, and I mean no disrespect. I am for providing housing for those genuinely in need, but I am against providing support to those who would be a constant drain on society by choice, those who would take advantage and the opportunity to put their shortcomings on others. While I support the need for housing for families, I am against using reserve land to build those houses. I would like to start with a quote or two from the Rotorua Daily Post and other concerned citizens. Quoting the Rotorua Daily Post, 23 July 2022. Latest figures show 6,210 more people in the Bay of Plenty are on benefits than a year ago, and the number of long-term unemployed has almost doubled. Quoting the People's View, you build high-density housing that don't have yards and take away the parks to play in. Build houses where there is also work. Te Puke, Paengaroa, Matata, they need workers. God, we're stupid in this country. The state sells most of the state houses for peanuts, now has to rebuild, costing millions. It's the same with manufacturing and milling. Shut everything down. buy from China. Now we can't build because everything is imported. How stupid are those who govern this country and our city? I won't answer that, but I do have an opinion. Why not build them in their own towns, on the reserves instead of ours? There's reasons why we have reserves, and none of it is to do with housing. I am supportive, kāinga ora, building homes for those genuine whānau needing a roof over their heads. What support services will there be for those housed to help them transition? Will the houses be built in this decade or projected over the next 10 years? Has Council looked at other options other than reserve land? And I'm pretty sure you have. All of Rotorua should be concerned. The next reserve lands that Council want to take away could well be in their backyard. They don't need to use reserve land to build these homes. And why house these people here when all they have to look forward to is a life of unemployment? Because there is no work in Rotorua, and a life without their extended family, because their first supporting families live in another part of the country. Build them a home, but build it in that place where they would rather be. I am against the sale of reserves land in discussion for the following reasons. The sale and consequent building of, by comparison to existing residents, a lower standard of housing will adversely affect the values of existing residences, which is unfair to those owners who have bought their properties as an investment for the future and an aid to support their retirement. In my opinion, the projected use of the land to build housing goes against the need to keep New Zealand green and therefore aid in the fight against global warming by exchanging the existing green belts for tar and cement. I cannot believe that this Council, assisted by the current government, intend to encourage homeless individuals to reside permanently in Rotorua, thereby destroying the positive profile currently enjoyed by the peoples of Rotorua, and in the process building new slums and providing a rise in criminal and unacceptable behaviour, a rise in drugs use and other issues, and a new target playground for gangs, not to mention the adverse effect on positive tourism benefits and the positive reputation that Rotorua currently enjoys. I would like to end with a quote. By the people, for the people of Rotorua. That is where your allegiance lies. And that does not include out-of-town blood to the region or those in government that would have us sort their housing election issues. I thank you for your time and the opportunity to speak here today. Quote from the Māori Proverbs, seek the treasure you value most dearly. If you bow your head, let it be to the lofty mountain. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Is she here? Rachel Aratima Owen, please. Morena, Rachel.
Morena.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes, thank you.
Okay.
Kia ora.
Tēnā koutou katoa. First, I just want to say I support the first two speakers I just heard before I came in, although I don't have the same things to say, I totally support what they've said. I grew up at 46 Culture Road and lived there from the age of 2 until I left home at 18. A few years later, my sister and her husband bought the property of Mum and Dad, and they lived there for about 30 years. They recently subdivided and built a new home on the back section, and my husband and I bought the family home at the front. Currently, my nephew and his fiancée are living at 46 Culture Road, which was also his family home. So 3 generations of my whānau have lived at 46 Coulter Road. Over the almost 50 years of our combined time there, we have all enjoyed the large green open space and the tennis courts at the reserve. I'm sure there will be a 4th and perhaps more generations of our whānau living at 46 Coulter Road. The Coulter Road Reserve should be retained for these current and future generations of the Ōwhata community. When I grew up at Coulter Road in the 70s and 80s, we all had quarter-acre sections. Despite having a large section to play on at home, we also played at the reserve. It was where we could meet up with our friends, have a go at hitting a ball over the net or against the block wall, ride our bikes around, do sports training, because there's plenty of room there for sprints and stuff. And we also used to frequently see Mrs. Johnson training and exercising her dogs there. Today, housing in Ōwhata is becoming denser and many of the quarter-acre sections have been subdivided. So having the reserve becomes even more important for those who have smaller outdoor spaces at home. And the best thing is that the Coulter Road Reserve is right on our front doorstep. In our neighbourhood, not a drive away, but a very short walk. Excuse me. The other thing about growing up at Coulter Road in Ōwhata in the 70s and 80s is that all the local kids went to Ōwhata Primary School, even the Catholics. Today, kids from Ōwhata go not just to Ōwhata, but to Linmore, Whangamarino, Rongomai, Ruamata, St Mary's and so on. Having a neighbourhood community reserve provides opportunities to meet your neighbours, grow a sense of community and help to keep the community connected. I know we need land for housing, but it is wrong, short-sighted and quite frankly dumb to sell our reserves for this or any other purpose. There is land out there in private hands for sale that could be used for housing developments. So why is the council trying to sell off our reserves? If you sell our reserves, they are gone, lost forever, and we won't get them back. It is for this reason that I'm absolutely opposed to the sale of the Coulter Road Reserve and all of the Rotorua reserves. Kia ora. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we've got a 10-minute break, councillors. Just shifting some things around. Good morning, Stella. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
I'm not really a public speaker, so it's quite a big deal coming here today. And I do not support the Rotorua Lakes Council proposal to sell all or part of the 10 reserves for housing. In particular, this submission is about the proposed sale of the Gallagher Street Reserve. My family have had a connection with this reserve for 55 years. My parents built their forever home in Gallagher Street in 1967, and this reserve was one of the reasons they decided to build a home in Gallagher Street. The council seemed to think that because this reserve has only ever been used for grazing, that it has no benefit for the local and wider community. This is a totally wrong assumption to make, as the very fact that it has always been used this way is what makes it so unique. As a child, I and my neighbourhood friends played on this reserve, caught frogs and tadpoles on this reserve, played bullrush and tiggy on this reserve, kicked a ball on this reserve and built huts on this reserve. The reserve back then was divided into 2 paddocks, and we would all play in whichever paddock the livestock, which was horses back then, went in. People who have bought property bordering the Gallagher Street Reserve have done so because of the rural outlook they get, which is a rarity today in an urban environment. Where else can you see lambs being born so close to town and from your lounge window? I currently live in the street above where I grew up, and there is one property between me and the Gallagher Street Reserve. In the 23 years I have lived at this address, the Gallagher Street Reserve has continued to bring me joy. Although I can't see the reserve from my home, I can hear it. I know that spring is coming when I hear the sheep calling to their lambs. I hear children playing on the reserve, and I attribute the abundant bird life and birdsong in my garden to the proximity of the Gallagher Street Reserve and the openness it provides. This will all be lost if the reserve is sold for housing, and as infill housing has already started in Gallagher Street, this reserve will be required for recreation more than ever. The Gallagher Street Reserve doesn't cost the Rotorua Lakes Council any money, apart from maybe administration costs. As the current Rotorua Lakes Council records show, there have never been any calls for service to this reserve. The current leaseholder maintains the bordering fences, fertilises the ground when necessary, and mows the reserve in summer when there is an overabundance of grass. I am also aware that the current leaseholder of the Gallagher Street Reserve has donated meat from the sheep grazed on this reserve to the Fordlands Community Centre to be given to families in need. This shows that the reserve not only benefits the local neighbourhood but also the wider Rotorua community. My daughter recently got married and at some point will be having children. I would like to be able to take my grandchildren to the Gallagher Street Reserve and say to them, this is a reserve where that I played on as a child, your mother and uncles played on, and that you can now play on too. This won't happen if this reserve is sold. In closing, I do not think that this reserve or any of the other 9 reserves should be considered for sale, as public open spaces are needed now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next submitter is coming in by Zoom, and that's probably that'll be about 12:26, 25 minutes past. on Zoom. Good morning, Stephanie. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Thank you. You're coming through loud and clear. Thank you, Stephanie. You have 5 minutes to talk to us this morning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For the following reasons, I strongly oppose the Council revoking the status of 10 reserves to sell all or part for housing. The letter from Council advising of the proposed sales gave no supporting information for its reasons for selling. It said Rotorua is facing a housing crisis due to a lack of homes for public housing. We are all very aware that the reason for the increasing number of homeless people has been fuelled by moving these people in from outside areas. The problem has unfairly become Rotorua's problem and needs to be solved by central government, not our council. Our council's duty is first to its existing ratepayers, residents and local businesses, and not to people moving here for emergency housing. I am concentrating my submission on my local Lee Road Reserve. My reserve is situated in a very unique area and used by many local residents and holiday makers. I understand there may be 43 housing units built on the reserve. There is currently no existing infrastructure in Hannahs Bay to support more people. There is only a dairy in Hannahs Bay and a McDonald's in Holdens Bay. 43 units on the reserve has the potential to adversely affect the safety of existing residents and holiday makers and introduce antisocial behaviour. It has the possibility to decimate the social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of the current residents, the 5 accommodation businesses, a resort spa and restaurant and the Airbnbs. The well-patronised, award-winning All Seasons Holiday Park and the Keswick Christian Park share boundaries with the reserve. Many of the motel units and tent sites are right next to this boundary. One would have to question the logic in placing large-scale social housing right next door to camps accommodating young children, school groups and sports teams who sleep in tents with very little protection from intrusion. Who will be held accountable if there is any harm caused to visitors by any tenant of the housing development next door? The accommodation businesses, spa and restaurant have been in the area for many years, all offering their guests a great holiday destination in a very safe, quiet lakeside community, close to a sandy shore of the lake. It would be a huge loss to our area and the city if this existing safe holiday destination was lost due to a large block of public housing. I wonder how many of our councillors, mayor and staff have recently visited our area for an impact report on these businesses before they supported progressing the proposed sale. All Seasons Holiday Camp is the best camp in Rotorua. They already receive many calls from concerned guests and school groups asking if they provide emergency housing. Once people know there is a large-scale public housing development next door, it will deter them from visiting. Any downturn in visitors to the camps and resorts could result in these businesses closing down, with huge financial losses to the owners, the loss of jobs to many Rotorua residents, and the loss of much-needed revenue for our city tourist and hospitality businesses. These hard-working people do not deserve to lose their businesses and jobs in order to house people, many whom are not from Rotorua, especially when there is other suitable land available for housing. It is outrageous that these businesses, residents and holiday makers should even be put in this position. Lee Road Reserve is held in trust by the Council on our behalf and on behalf of future generations for recreation purposes, not housing. Section 24.3 of the Reserves Act states that no change of classification or purpose of a reserve shall be made except where, in the opinion of the Minister of Conservation, the reserve is no longer suitable for the purpose of its classification. Our reserve is currently more than suitable for purpose and very much needed for recreation, as repeatedly stated in resident submissions. We have to then question the decision of our council to bypass this revocation process in favour of a local bill. Section 24.3 was put in the Act to protect ratepayers and residents from any elected local body officials not acting in the best interests of their residents and ratepayers. Using a local bill to revoke the classification is clearly not in the best interest of residents and ratepayers. I will not give my vote at the next election to any mayoral candidate or councillor who votes in favour of the sale of our reserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Titaro o te aroa. Mōrena te taru.
Te tiamana tēnā koe, ngā me mo te kaunihera tēnā koutou, me ngā kaimahi, me ngā hapori, me hui mai nei tēnei rā, tēnei te miho te kia koutou. Madam Chair, it's my privilege to present the submission, very short précis of the submission and our views on it. Just to say that at the outset, Titaro does not support the submission, support the disposal of reserves in its current form, and I can explain why. In the context of the submission, our Aotearoa Vision 2050 is important to us, and the alignment of this particular kaupapa to that is important, particularly in context of well-being solutions for our community. And having said that, in the brief time that I have available, I'll explain some of the critical issues for us as to why we do not support the proposal in its current form. I'll then start at the end of the submission. I'll take the submission as read, but I'll start at the end. We only learnt last Friday, this is from my staff, had already adopted its final land disposal policy, and we were not part of that process. We can recall some time ago when there was mention of a draft, and one of our members who was on Monitoring and Ops Committee had constantly raised the issue of the land disposal policy, but we saw no particular action in that space. So we're claiming that we have not been part of that discussion. Regardless, we do not know how adequately mana whenua interests are addressed in the policy, and that's important to Titaro because we do support and are mandated by our people to be around this particular table. Now that we know the policy is in play, we asked to review the policy with you before any of these reserves or any of the lands or property currently council owns are put up for sale. And here's a crunch point for the mana whenua. We see the right of first refusal for Te Aotearoa to be part of that land disposal policy. That's important. Again, mana whenua who have obligations in the context of the Fenton Agreement and the Treaty of Waitangi obligations, that particular point is noted that they should have at least the first right of refusal on the sale of any lands. For instance, instead of a direct sale to kāinga order of any reserve, and I know that the Lee Road Reserve is on the list, that we should be, and Te Aroa should be actually given a first right of refusal in that particular space before any further notions of sale or transfer of rights occurs. As you may know, Titaro Te Aroa have been developing a Moriora compass, a wellbeing compass, and we will continue to work with the Council on design guidelines and so on to encourage developers to have wellbeing front and centre of their particular developments now and the future. It has to be front of mind and the focus, well-being, not just providing houses. We see the potential reserve sale as an opportunity for council to ask developers to think this way at purchase, to think that way. It's fundamental. If we don't, it will be a little bit of a shock in the context of any future benefits for our communities. Further to the issue of well-being, if you're going to take some reserves away, then put reserves into areas of need as the first priority so that no community is short of public reserves. So putting the point and finalising in the brief time that I do have, Titaro Aotearoa will work with Council, but when we're being given the opportunity to engage in an appropriate way where we can be transparent with the people who put us here and the community at large, we ask for time to do that, noting that you have already put forward a land disposal property in its final form for discussion. So on that note, Madam Chair, I'm brief and hopefully to the point in my 5 minutes that I have with Council. Kia ora tātou.
Thank you, Titaro. You were brief, succinct and on message. Thank you very much indeed. Kia ora. Thank you. Is there anyone who?
Excuse me,
yes,
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Am I able to ask a question of our CE? Just because I don't know what the land disposal piece that Titaro was talking about. Or shall we leave that for?
Yes, we can leave that. Thank you. Thank you.
Because, where are all they? Don't know. Okay.
I think that'll be up for discussion next week. Thank you. That's the only one. Simone Fearstein. Good morning, Simone.
Good morning.
Thank you, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, and thank you for the invitation to give feedback on the reserves proposal today. I am opposed to the proposal to revoke the status of any Rotorua reserves. Reserves are an important green space in our city, and I personally often go for a walk at the end of the day and find myself strolling through a reserve, which I find very relaxing and very good for my mental well-being. Those reserves are also a very important space for kids to play, learn and grow, and also for dog walkers to exercise their dogs. However, the issue with this proposal to me runs deeper than that. It is the manner of which the proposal has been communicated, or I should say has not been communicated to the community. Why only send out letters to a very limited number of households when the whole of Rotorua's community will be impacted by this bill change? Furthermore, the timeline given to submit feedback has been very short. Why would that be? Also, apparently, nothing has been decided yet. But why is it then that a bill to revoke the reserve status has already been drafted? And some neighbours of the reserves in question have noticed contractors checking out the reserves, but you are telling us that nothing has been decided yet. The process of how this proposal has come to us, the public, has not been transparent. I feel that we are filled in on what will be happening and are given pretend right to submit our feedback. We have not been consulted with early on in the thinking out or planning of this proposal. I don't think this is a very democratic process, and I feel that we are put in front of made decisions here. I'm opposed to creating social housing in areas that are currently safe, middle-class neighbourhoods. Placing social housings in those areas, such as Coulter Road Reserve or Lee Street Reserve, for example, will devalue the neighbourhood and put a security risks on families and other people living there. I do not understand the desire of the Council to accommodate an increase in social housing in our city. It will drive out hard-working, tax-paying citizens. Furthermore, with tourism being a main industry for Rotorua, which according to a report on the Rotorua Lakes Council website, quote, accounting for 23% of employment in Rotorua in 2019, compared with 9% nationally, bringing $812 million into the local economy. Why would we want to accommodate a larger number of social housing? We are not creating a safe environment or safe or welcoming environment for tourists having social housing spread across town. I have also spoken to numerous people from out of town that used to come and stay in accommodation around here, but they don't do that anymore. Instead, they told me they choose to stay in Taupo or they go back home. They said that this is due to the social housing and emergency housing situation we are currently facing here. They said they did not feel safe and rather drive home and not stay in Rotorua anymore. This shows that we are already losing domestic tourism. Once Rotorua gets a bad reputation on the international market, our local economy will suffer even more. So, is it worth it? Are the benefits of creating more social housing really outweighing the damage it will do? Also, what insurance do we have that once those 10 reserves have been built up, none of our other precious reserves will lose their status? My suggestion is, if reserves do seem underutilised, why are we not talking about enhancing them by planting native trees, creating playgrounds, putting down pump tracks? Those are a few suggestions that I believe will increase quality of life for our community. Building social housing in our neighbourhoods will not. Councillors, I ask you to please listen to our community members that are coming forth with their thoughts, concerns and suggestions. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. And Mark Zeus. Tanya and Mark Zo, thank you. Good morning, thank you.
Hi, I've lived in New Zealand and Rotorua for 20 years. It's been a wonderful place to live. It's a reasonably large city, but one that feels more like a town because of its community. I'm against the removal of these reserves because it's what makes Rotorua a wonderful place to live. The more green space you have, the better the city. In Europe, they're actually moving towards more green space, not less. Why are we going the way of a less green route and removing reserves instead of improving what we have and encouraging better reserves? There's places in Rotorua that keep up their own reserves. Why can we not encourage those places that have less care to come together as a community, clean up their reserves, keep an eye on them, improve them themselves? Lake Akaraka Boardwalk is a great example. They built it, they keep it, they go around and they keep it really nice. That is a possibility for all of these reserves. Every reserve is precious. Green space can never be returned once it's gone. Buildings can be rebuilt. Trees are not easily replaced, especially old trees. And you obviously think so. In your own post about the redwoods, you say that trees reduce the effect of global warming because they absorb carbon dioxide, the most common greenhouse gas, though their leaves, and turn it into energy and oxygen. Did you know the carbon remains locked in the wood not only during the lifetime of the tree, but also during the onward life of wood product? Why remove more of these? Why replace them with something that will give us more carbon? I sat in your meeting where you said, we're going green, how, rah, yay, look at us, aren't we great? But as my mother always said, actions speak louder than words. Your actions are not green. Your actions are not for preservation. Your actions are to do what you see as building a city. But there's other options for building a city. I pass Pukehangi Road every day. There's a huge lot of land ready to be built on. Why is it not built on? Actions of the council. You made it almost virtually impossible for them to build there. And so that huge lot of land sits empty and you're going to build on these tiny little reserves instead. So my feeling is that Europe is showing us the way. Cities across Europe and the rest of the world are heavily investing in creating, developing, and revitalizing their green areas as per the UN's Sustainable Development Goal, which explicitly aims to provide universal access to safe, inclusive, and accessible green public spaces. The World Health Organization says there should be a green space measuring at least 0.5 hectares at a linear distance of no more than 300 meters from every home. Besides longer life expectancy, the green areas ensure fewer diseases, both physical and mental ones. Furthermore, the greenery is a great protection against air pollution, heat, and noise levels. So, cities like Vienna are almost half green, almost half. So there is no such thing as having too much green space. So these are just, they're extra ones, we don't need them, but there is no such thing. And as of recently, we've had falcons coming back in. I've actually had the wonderful thing, I've been able to watch one of them catch a bird and eat it in my backyard. These will not remain if you get rid of green spaces. And you are starting a bad precedent. Precedent is where you start something and it continues onward. And when you start taking reserves, that will continue. That opens the door for others to be gotten rid of in the future. So I'm asking you as a council to consider which future you want for Rotorua. Do you want an overcrowded city that people don't want to come and live in? Or do you want a green city that is healthy for all, that builds up our health so you don't have to have this high health cost, and where the life and mental well-being of everyone is considered? Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Mr. Newbrook, Trevor. Thank you, Trevor. And you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, councillors, some staff and the good people behind me. I'm opposed to the sale of the reserves as proposed by the Rotorua Lakes Council. I believe we need to keep our green spaces. We are told that things have changed and these particular reserves or parts of them are no longer required and they don't fit our policies now. But what about in the future? If things change again and they are needed, once they are gone forever. We do not live adjacent to any of these reserves, but have empathy for those who do. People have bought homes next to reserves because of that very reason. It is next to the reserve. People have paid a premium price because their home is next to a reserve, and now you propose to devalue their properties. With the proposed housing intensification rules, we are going to see a lot more homes on smaller sections, and common green spaces could become essential. We've just received a letter from Kaianga Ora regarding a section at 54 Devon Street. Under the current rules, you can build 2 homes on this site. Under the new intensification rules, they are considering building 6 homes, not 2, 6. 4 2-bedroom terrace homes and 2 3-bedroom duplex homes on this one section. If we are going to see this sort of intensification of building, there is no area on site for green space. We may need all common reserves for people to exercise, kids to play, people to walk their dogs, for family fun. Is the number of 120 homes talked about being built on these reserves the number allowed under the current rules? Or are the number allowed under the new rules, which is significantly higher? There is a lot of talk about vulnerable people, and yes, we all sympathise. But I can tell you, we live in Glenholme and we are vulnerable too. We have been made vulnerable by poor decisions and a lack of forward thinking about the consequences of those policies. There has been no consideration of the neighbours and the local people, and I'm worried we're going to see that again here. It's proposed, Madam Chair, that these sales need to be rushed through and Kaianga Ora and community providers will have homes built within 2 years. Is that really feasible? I have read recently that Kaianga Ora are building or plan to build another 260 homes in Rotorua. I simply don't believe they have the resources or the ability to build 260 homes and on top of that build another 120 homes on our reserves, all at the same time. Furthermore,
There is no guarantee that any of those 380 homes will go to anyone in emergency housing in Rotorua, and if they do, there is no guarantee that this government won't bring more people here to fill those motel rooms. If we look at the progress at the Boulevard Motel, which the government bought, and this council secretly processed a resource consent for it to be transitional housing. It is now over a year later and it is still being renovated. There is no urgency or accountability here. I think this process today should be slowed down. The consultation with the people of Rotorua, who these reserves belong to, is very rushed. The way it was kept secret from us for over a year makes people suspicious. The way this was presented to Council to start public consultation, then a briefing of what will happen after the public consultation. The fact that the Council is having legislation drafted now and geotech testing is being conducted on the reserves does not make you feel there are open minds here today. My hope is a new council in a couple of months will be open and transparent with us and will take the people with them and gain our trust back. I do not support any local bill being rushed through the Parliament. Protocols and procedures have been embedded into the law to stop an overzealous council from selling reserves without following the proper and lawful process. The fact that the government will need to pass the law so it can purchase this land is surely a huge conflict of interest for them. After this council attempted to get another dodgy local bill through Parliament, you would think a lesson might have been learned.
Sorry. Point of order, relevance on that, Mr Newbrook.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I just say I find it extremely rude that I should be interjected when I'm speaking. I was invited here as a guest, and I find that person extremely rude to interrupt somebody who has been invited here to speak to the council.
And it is around the language.
That member doesn't understand, ma'am, that I am a guest of yours, not hers, yours, and that a person should be allowed to speak and say what they speak. If she doesn't find it relevant, ma'am, that's fine. The other members might find it very relevant.
Thank you. Just continue, please, because your time's up.
Thank you. There are other options available, other land that can be built on. I looked at Trade Me this morning, and on this one site, there are 87 homes available to rent in Rotorua. There are 381 homes available for sale. 164 of those homes, Madam Chair, are for sale for $650,000 or less. In closing, I can't emphasise strongly enough, we are vulnerable too. I respectfully request that you please say no to selling our reserves and a definite no to a local bill to allow it. Thank you for your time, Madam Chair, and thank you for letting me run over a minute since I was interrupted.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Newbrook. Thank you. Okay. Our next emitter is at 1 o'clock, so we'll just see how we go.
Yeah, I was sort of called in very urgently, so it'd be nice just to have a second.
Oh, well, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Hurd. Thank you for coming. Oh, it's afternoon, isn't it? Oh, my God, it is. It's afternoon. Thank you for coming in this afternoon. And you do have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Look, you know why I'm here, but my opinion is in actual fact against what the council is trying to do in regards to the reserved land. There's several reasons. Sorry. Okay. There's several reasons why I believe it's wrong, and probably the first one is that I think the concept that given to your consultants was very, very narrow, in the sense that there was a limitation to begin with, that people within 400 metres of the reserves affected were the only submitters. And I don't think that's allowed people. Excuse me, I got rushed into this. I got called up about 10 minutes ago to speak early. I don't think it's given the submitters or interested parties sufficient time to act. To me, a consultancy, when you're talking about advancing Rotorua and for housing reasons, etc., is far more inclusive, or should have been far more inclusive than the perimeters offered. As I understand it, there is quite a little bit of land that could serve the same purpose without taking land away from the reserves, and the idea that people within 400 metres of a reserve are the only ones that are going to use it is quite narrow, in my opinion. It's a very narrow margin of people who are saying it's been affected. I attended a public meeting which had to do with this this particular section, but it was embracing the whole concept of improving Rotorua housing conditions. I asked at that meeting whether or not the disclosures being made by the council and the meetings themselves were to be considered consultancy with the general public. The answer was yes. And to be a consultancy to the general public in a meeting like that, you have to give people more than 5 minutes to respond to what's been disclosed. I think, as I've mentioned, I believe it's a narrow forum that was given to the consultants, and nowhere have I seen any investigation to long-term social impacts for the people that you're going to be offering homes. In that regard, I mean schooling, work. There's nowhere in this plan to develop the homes has there been any mention of establishing industry in Rotorua. So is Rotorua just going to end up in a worse position? And I believe you actually need to desist on your present path and investigate on a wider spectrum. There is a lot more things to consider than just the building of 3,000 homes. That's probably as brief as I have to be, actually.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurd, and appreciate the fact that you came in a half an hour earlier. Thank you very much indeed.
Right.
So we only have one more submitter, and I think that thank you. We have the final, I think it's the final one, isn't it? Final one for the day. And it's Mr. D. Hill, and Adrian Smith is going to be zooming in and speaking on behalf of D. Hill. I'm not quite sure. I'll look it up quickly to see if it's 121 or 123. Oh, no, it's 122. Oh, there you are. Thank you. And we're just waiting, what time is that one? 1:22. So I just thought we might just use this time. I might just ask our CEO, Jeff, perhaps if you could tell us, and I'm sure there'll be people listening and wanting to know, perhaps where to from here.
Well, through the chair. So staff on receipt of written submissions have been carefully going through them and identifying themes that run through from all of the written submissions. You'll see today that Stephanie Kelly is present, and in fact we've had other members also present over all of the actual oral submissions. And over that period, we've also been capturing the same sort of information, sort of what are the points that submitters are bringing out within these sessions as well. All of those themes are also being collated, and then some work being done to actually look at the themes, to look at the initial proposal that was made to you, to identify areas that there is the need for potential change or amendment. That is actually currently being worked on and will be worked on over the subsequent few days, with a view to bringing back to SPNF, I think it's the 11th, which is Thursday next week, an updated report which will include all of the summary, if you like, of all of the themes from the submissions that have actually been identified, the responses from staff that they see that can be made, and an updated set of recommendations for your consideration at that time.
Thank you. So that comes at the SPNF meeting, which is Thursday week. This Thursday week, that's right. Yeah, 11th of August. Thank you. Just so that we're all au fait with the process from here on. Yes, Potawa.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Just for clarification, do we have a chance to deliberate as well?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, most of us, well, I don't know if you know, but notice, but many of us have been making our own notes as well, and I mean, they'll concur with some of what we've, obviously with what we've heard, and so yes, and we'll be bringing up things with the CEO and staff as well, because it's they provide us with the synopsis of what we've heard and capture all of that, but certainly I've been making, and I've seen others making their own notes as well. So yes, there's no doubt in my mind there'll be some rigorous debate at the table. Yes, Councillor Yates.
Madam Chair, just for confirmation around the deliberation process, and this obviously council and the next council, I was of the understanding that the decisions weren't going to be made as a final decision by this current council. There's still much more to be done in this process.
Well, that will depend on what we talk about and what we discuss actually next week. And there are likely to be some new recommendations coming as a result of what we've heard, and that may or that may not occur. So yes, so there. But yes, you can ask a question. Well, actually, we probably need to be just a bit aware that we're going to be coming up for discussion next week, so I don't want to preempt anything, but yes.
Not so much preempt, but just asking the CEO. So with all the submissions that have come in and have expressed in their 5 minutes, is there a letter going out to each one responding to them? And, so if there was any misinformation or anything like that, it can be corrected, because we haven't been able to say anything. Yeah.
Thank you. I think also these are the submitters that we've heard in the last few days. They were the people who had requested. They put in submissions, written submissions, and requested to be heard. But of course, there are other people who have also put in through various channels. So their information has to be collated as well, and the salient points pulled out of that. So, this is just part of the process of gathering all of that information that has come in from other avenues as well. So just want to make sure that you're just aware of that, councillors. Yes, Mrs. Trumper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just seeking clarification. Are we going to be looking at each individual reserve one by one, or are they going to be looked at as a whole, just so that I can get an idea?
I'm not quite sure how that will come back from the officers, actually.
If I could clarify, part of the submissions have been grouped by reserve, and so to that end we will be looking at reserve by reserve with respect to the analysis and the feedback.
And of course we heard them, we grouped the submitters as well under each area too, so it stands to reason that it would be very helpful to do the same, be the same. Next. We're just waiting for our final submitter by Zoom, and that was at, it's just a bit over now, so. We'll just wait a few minutes. We're not going to prolong this because it could be something that they aren't able to Nobody's zooming in yet. Well, thank you, councillors. Our last submitter was due to come along and, was due to come in on Zoom at 1:22, so we've waited 5 minutes. And because it is our last submitter, I'm not going to delay any longer. But I thank you very much. That concludes the hearings for the revocation and the hearings for the revocation and disposal of identified reserves for housing. I want to thank you all for your participation, to councillors, your worship councillors and other committee members. I know that we've heard a lot. We've had two full days and 2 half days that we've sat and listened, and so I want to thank you, because I do know that at times people get they're very passionate about things, and sometimes they express themselves in a way that, yes, could have been modified somewhat. And I do know that we heard things that clearly weren't actually factual. However, that's our role, is just to sit here and to listen, take it all in, and we'll have the opportunity next week, the week after next, to debate what we've heard and take everything into consideration then. Thank you all those. To those who are watching from afar, thank you very much for putting the time in as well, and also to members of the public today, and Felix and press. I was going to say friends of the media, thank you very much for being with us over this time as well. So I declare our meeting closed. Thank you very much. Kia ora. Thank you.